Hello and welcome in. Continuing our leveling today, and we're going to start with Mythdraenor. It's cold and snowy and rainy outside. We're getting all kinds of gross weather today.
You've come to these woods to stop the Ettercaps. The spider-like creatures have been capturing elves traveling to the ruins of Mythdraenor. Now to see if you can find some trace of them. The freed elf tells you his story. It seems that the Ettercaps take their captives to a great cave, somewhere deeper in the forest. These are orcs, and they don't seem happy just because you saved them. The elves you're looking for must
Yeah,
be
they should be
far
very
away.
grateful to me.
You found a cave, but it's too small to be the great cave where the Ettercaps take their captives.
Suppose that helps.
You examine the marks on the ground. Something big was here recently. Something larger than an Ettercap. Much, much larger. The creature falls before your unrelenting fury. The way into the cave is open. The terror that lies behind the Ettercap's raids awaits within. It would seem that the Ettercaps kidnapped the elves to appease something much more powerful. A large, hungry Fang Dragon. With the Fang Dragon dead and the Ettercaps cowed, the elves will once again be able to walk these woods undisturbed.
Faithful, and then I work my way.
Castle Cormanthor
Oh.
overlooks the ruins, strangely untouched by the passage of time. Its pristine state is due to the powerful enchantments that protect it. The enchantments protected the building, but could not prevent the city's defeat.
Long ago, Cormanthir's greatest wizards gathered here to share new spells and discuss their latest research. Yet not even the Empire's greatest wizards could prevent the fall of Mythranor. Ruins are all that we need.
Welcome. In happier times, these messages would introduce you to our organization, but with the city under siege, we have different priorities. Report to the Central Hall immediately. We will need every wizard in the city working together to keep the invaders out.
Where did you come from? And
This was once the library, yet the shelves lining the walls of this vast chamber are broken and empty. It seems the books have been swallowed by the insatiable maw of time.
Our numbers dwindle. I have reconfigured the safe hold so it can be opened with these crests. That way, any might access it. If all of our senior wizards have fallen in battle. Of course, this brings risks of its own. We continue to draw on the Safehold to keep the invaders at bay, yet supplies there are getting low. We are almost out of spell components, and we've long since used all the wands. Of course, those aren't the only things available in the Safehold, but I'm not ready to call upon our last defense just yet. The invaders are in the city. Entire districts are now under their control. Just too many. Our defenses could not hold them back. The enemy is so thick on the ground we cannot even reach the castle. So, we will make our stand here.
You hear a muffled sound off in the distance, as if a door had been blown open by the wind. A magic portal flickers in the center of the chamber. Perhaps it leads to the Safehold, where the wizards kept their greatest secrets. A quick examination shows that this drow elf was slain recently, probably by one of the creatures nearby. This must be the leader of the expedition. It seems he never found the icon of the elves.
I am going to the Safehold. We're almost out of food, so we decided to bring forth our last defense. Yet the risks are great. I can only pray to the gods that I will not be our undoing.
The Safehold is where the wizards kept their last defense. Yet, whatever that last defense might have been, it failed to keep the invaders out of the city.
The summoning was a success. Now to proceed to the binding. But I'm certain the spell holding the demon worked. By the gods! It's free!
It seems the wizard's final defense was a powerful summoned demon. A demon that they could not control. This statuette is the icon of the elves. It's the object you were sent here to find. One of the 3 items related to control of the mythal.
Once, Tyrant's Hall was a place of merriment. Now it stands ruined and seemingly empty. Yet you hear faint sounds from up ahead. Is it just the building settling? Or something else? You hear someone calling out from behind a doorway blocked by a magical barrier. It doesn't sound like one of the undead. Perhaps it's the drow elf you're searching for. You found the drow you're seeking, but it seems that he's trapped behind that barrier. And to remove it, you'll need a pair of door crests. Re-entering the Great Hall, you're surprised by the sight of a towering skeletal figure. A familiar shape jumps out from between its ribs. A crest. The skeleton shatters and falls, the crest in its chest tumbling free. You scan the room, looking for the fallen object. The lever is pulled. You notice a distant quieting as the barrier above deactivates. The lever is pulled. You notice a distant quieting as the barrier above deactivates. The lever is pulled. You notice a distant quieting as the barrier above deactivates. A faint sense of unease fills you. It's as though you're being watched. This crest likely fits the socket of a door mechanism. With both crests in place, the magic barrier fades away. Yet you're distracted by the sound of clacking bones. A new foe has arrived. You found the icon of the dwarves, bringing you closer to unlocking the mystery of the key to the Mythal. Now to return to the elf encampment to report your progress.
This massive structure was once a banquet hall, home to countless nights of revelry. That was long ago.
The Red Wizards have established a base here, in the crumbling ruins of a school for the arcane arts. Time to find out how the Thanes have come to Mythdrana. Carrion crawlers burst out of the rubble. The Red Wizards want to use the Mythal to channel the necromantic power of everyone who has ever died in Mythdrana. A grim plan indeed. You venture down into the school's dim, cellars. It would seem that the Red Wizards have moved into the classroom wing of the school. The Red Wizard Lich assigned to tap into the Mythal has his own secret plan. Divert part of the Mythal's power into his own phylactery. This phylactery is apparently hidden away someplace called the Honor Glim.
This guy get in, and then we bulldoze the end fight.
This is the artifact you last saw back in Ildranath's. Apparently, this artifact doesn't control the Mythal at all. The Red Wizards are deep in conversation and haven't noticed your presence.
This artifact is of no use to us. Track down the last location of that wizard. Ongluth, was it? He was one of the creators of the Mythil. It will not be simple, but you are a necromancer after all.
With that, the Red Wizard stalks. The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected. barricade and open the blocked door.
Castle Cormanthor overlooks the ruins, strangely untouched by the passage of time. Its pristine state is due to the powerful enchantments that protect it. The enchantments protected the building, but could not prevent the city's defeat. You pause for a moment, fascinated by what you see. Protective enchantments have kept Castle Cormanthor completely pristine, just as it was before the city fell. But this is no time for reflection. The Lich leading the Red Wizard expedition is somewhere in the depths of this castle. You must stop the Thaens before they can gain control of the Mythil. 3 empty thrones, set into an alcove, overlook this massive hall. This hall feels hollow and empty, despite all the trappings. Several angry devils step through the portal as you approach. The devil starts to fade the moment it falls, showing that it was summoned here deliberately. Ildranath sighs as he gets to work. He'll prevent the Red Wizards from accessing the power of the Mythil, while you find and defeat the Lich.
Other side of the castle.
Three empty sockets are built into the back of the three thrones. The third crest is placed. The wall behind the throne slides aside, revealing a staircase down. Flecks of crystal, like stars, reflect in the ancient stone of this cavern. The floors are worn smooth by centuries of use. Caskets fill the many niches set into the walls of this chamber. A withered form murmurs incantations over a magic circle etched into the floor. You've found the Lich, leading the Red Wizard's expedition to the ruins.
You're back. Earlier I gave you an opportunity to save your own meager life. You should have taken it. Don't think you're capable of stopping me. You face a Lich, and not just a Zulkir of Thay. Soon the power of the Mithril will be mine. What do you think you could do to stand against that? Not that what you think matters. You'll be dead in a moment.
With a wave of the Lich's shriveled hand, necromantic energies fill the chamber. Undead appear. Your last blow slams the gaunt form of the Lich across the floor. The effects of the dead magic zone wash over you, making you feel disconnected from the world for a moment. A disembodied voice fills your mind.
You only delay the inevitable. Destroying my physical form gains you nothing.
My phylactery! No! The phylactery smokes and cracks as you lay it on the altar to the Seldarin. A short-lived scream fills your mind just before the phylactery crumbles to dust.
My soul is bound to my phylactery. In time, my body will reform. Without my phylactery, you are powerless. Why would you even come here if you...
The voice stops suddenly as the Zulkir realizes what's going on. You've destroyed the Red Wizard's plan, opening the way for the elves to rebuild their ruined city. But Thay is powerful, and its agents are everywhere. You wonder when you'll encounter the Red Wizards again. The Lich leading the Red Wizards expedition has hidden his phylactery in the ruins of what was once the Gem Cutters and Jewelers Guild. Now you just need to find the vessel that contains the Lich's soul. With the first lever pulled, the magics sealing the vault door weaken. A large stone pipe dominates the vertical shaft, drawing water from deep underground. The water froths as a gigantic water weird rises to the surface. The water weird collapses back into the water with a massive splash. The lever is pulled, and several ancient mechanisms slowly start to move. With the second lever activated, the magical gate blocking off the northern passage slides open. Ripples in the water betray the presence of water elementals. The first signal crystal flares into life as the lever is pulled. Another locked gate blocks the path ahead. A pair of signal crystals shimmering in the depths make your next task plain. The sound of metal dragging on stone reverberates throughout the water as the submerged gate opens. The Spirit Naga uncoils itself from the throne above and begins slithering toward you. The creature hisses angrily. Those who come to disturb my master's treasure will die by my fangs. With a final sibilant cry, the Spirit Naga falls lifelessly to the ground. You find the phylactery, nestled inside a delicate, padded coffer. Now that you have the Lich's phylactery, you can put a stop to the Red Wizard's incursion. It's time to return to the Elves' encampment to report your success. The House of Song was a temple devoted to Ogma, the god of music and inspiration. It's said that at night, mournful music sometimes can be heard from within.
You enter the House of Song, only to find Ogma's temple is in the same state of disrepair as the rest of the city. Now, to pass the tests Alira mentioned in her note. You only hope this icon of the humans hasn't already been crushed under a pile of rubble. You enter the temple's main hall. The floating spiral staircase the House of Song was once known for is now crumbling from years of neglect. Beyond it lies a sealed door with colored crystals surrounding it. This note looks much more recent than anything else in the ruined temple. Perhaps it was written by the bard you were sent to find. Your melody echoes through the empty halls. When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself. The nearby crystal lights up. Those are definitely the right notes, in the right order. Your melody echoes through the empty halls. When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself. Your melody echoes through the empty halls. When the notes fade, you think you can feel an aura of satisfaction from the House of Song itself. Those are definitely the right notes, in the right order. The door to the inner temple is now open. Beyond is a slender drow woman, humming a tune.
So, the other members of my party left and never returned? I might have guessed. To be honest, I never fully believed our plan would work. The other elves will never accept us until they truly understand us. Maybe here, in the Temple of Inspiration, I can write the story of my party and why we left the Underdark. Maybe when they hear it, the others will understand. The guardian of this temple is far too strong for me to challenge on my own. But you may yet succeed in your task. Go on, challenge her. I have no quarrel with you or your quest.
You feel strange sensations as you enter the heart of Ogma's temple. The excitement of a new idea, the joy of hearing a good song. A sphinx stands expectantly in the center of the chamber. So far, you have proven your wit, says the Sphinx. Yet are you capable of protecting the Mythal from those who would bring it harm? Come, prove yourself to me in battle. Enough, the Sphinx shouts, her voice booming throughout the chamber. Ogma and I are in agreement. You are worthy of the idol. She nods towards the back of the room, where a door begins to open. You've found the icon of the humans. As you turn to leave, the bard waves to you, smiling sadly.
The icon! Oh, it's good to actually set my eyes on it. I got so close. Go. Return to the elves. Find the Mythal. You're capable adventurers. I'll remain here. At least until I finish my poem. If any of my party survived, tell them what I mean to do. Perhaps once I am finished, we'll be truly accepted by our Seldering kin. I think I was meant to be here. The power I feel in this place reminds me of one I have not felt since I left the presence of my lady.
Oh, you frickin' Jagoff.
You've been teleported to a strange new location. Based on the emblems on the wall, not to mention the rancid stench, you conclude that this place has something to do with Moanda, the dead god of rot and decay. This is a seed of Moanda, seething with vile energy. The way forward is blocked by rubble from a ceiling collapse. You'll have to find another way around. A look at the floor suggests that touching it would be a bad idea.
I know.
A huge flume bursts out of the pod, yet this thing was not allowed to ripen properly. This is not Moander, just a flailing, empty vessel. The vessel has been destroyed, and the plan to revive Moander along with it. Yet there are other temples to the dead god. Who can say whether, at some point or another, a similar scheme might succeed?
You've followed the path of the Drow, deep into the Underdark. Occasional signs of their passage show that you're getting close. The path ends abruptly, in a sheer drop-off. It seems the only way to go is down. You notice a small green leaf lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path. A massive umber hulk claws its way out of the cave floor, its insect-like eyes tracking your every move. The massive creature crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern. Massive mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest. The lead drow gives you a scathing look. It seems some surface rabble has caught up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the hook horror leaps to the attack. The lead drow barks out. Don't just stand there gawking, you idiots! Kill them! She looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk. Then it collapses to the ground, dead. Fury fills the drow leader's eyes. You will pay for hurting my pet? Prepare to die! The light goes out of the drow leader's eyes as she slumps to the ground. The captives give quiet thanks as they're released. They quickly disappear into the mushroom stalks, heading back to the surface. You've dealt with the raiders and freed the captives. Time to leave the Underdark and return to the ruins of Myth Drannor.
You enter a dark chamber, the only wisps of light trailing in from a few flanking windows. You have come here looking for the entrance to Ildranath's tomb, where the key to the Mythal is said to be hidden. You find a small lever in the corner of the room. Pulling it reveals a stairwell hidden beneath the floor. You emerge from the stairwell into a massive chamber. Somehow city crumbled around it. The tiles creak beneath your feet. Your breath plumes around you in the cold, musty air. Further down the hall, you spot a group of armors. They slowly awaken at your presence. Shining, pearlescent orbs cast dangerous spells in the room before you. Sections of the floor in this chamber have crumbled, leaving only thin walkways for you to step across.
Just get that leap.
Flames roar to life when you enter the room. On the back wall, you see a large purple crystal that matches the one on the door at the front of the tomb. You sense a chill in the air despite the warmth from the flames. Undead enemies rise from their posts and attack. Elegant elven figures dance atop pedestals in this dim hallway. The mummy moans mournfully as it dissolves into dust. You pull the lever. The purple crystal lights up, emitting a soft glow in the darkness. You open the door into a room where more orbs float above pedestals, emitting beams of electricity that shoot up towards the ceiling. The orbs cease their casting. A passage opens in the side of the room. A mass of tiles sprawls out over the floor. A spectre paces back and forth, defending the lever on the back wall. When it sees you, it attacks. The spectre disappears in a shivering mist. You spy a door on the side of this chamber. As you pull this lever, the red crystal above it starts to glow. With all the runes lit, a passage opens in the side of the room. You hear the click of the door ahead unlocking. You find a hidden lever alongside these shrines, unlocking a passage filled with murky water. A spectre guards this room, defending the lever on the back door. A group of gargoyles perches on a ledge in this wide room. You spy a large green crystal on the wall. It matches the one on the gigantic door at the tomb's entrance. The gargoyles rouse from their slumber and lunge towards you. The spectre vanishes in a sputtering of flames. The gargoyle screeches in pain as it crumbles at your feet. You pull the lever, setting the green crystal alight. Now that you've lit both crystals, the large door at the entrance to the tomb should be unlocked. You return to the front hall. The giant door has been opened, revealing a stairwell leading deeper into the tomb. You emerge into a dark hallway. Shield guardians stand at attention. The decrepit walls in this chamber blend into the rough cave stone. A large plaque leans against the back wall. There are 3 locations in the chamber where you can place the icon of the giants, the icon of the humans, and the icon of the dwarves. 2 passages to the left and right rumble open. The pedestal stands against the back wall. A large creature snores peacefully in the center of the room. Your creaking footsteps have awakened the creature. It attacks. You place the icon of the dwarves on the pedestal. You notice a subtle light emanating from the stone. A pedestal stands on a platform here. You spy a locked door in the back of the room. You set the icon of the elves atop the pedestal. Its eyes flash white for a moment, before dimming. You open the door, revealing a room full of dirt and cobwebs. A pedestal stands before the entrance to a cave. A group of ettercaps lunges at you. You place the icon of the humans on the pedestal. You notice its eyes flash briefly before returning to normal stone. Now that you have placed all the icons, you must find your path forward, deeper into the tomb. You emerge into a calm clearing. Forest animals have taken up residence here. They graze and doze in its lush corners. You see 2 passages, one to your left, the other straight ahead. This room is the heart of the tomb, where the key to the mythal is rumored to be hidden. Before you is a strange magic device. It must have been waiting here, undiscovered for centuries. You sense a faint drift of power ebbing from the artifact. Could this be the key to the mythal? A wild bear runs out of the room, startled by your intrusion. How strange. something happens when you touch the artifact. The room shakes. The statues against the walls rumble and move. Stone scrapes against stone as the statues take their first steps. Their unseeing faces turn toward you, ready to strike. The statues break apart. Once again, just mounds of stone. Suddenly, a group of uniformed strangers appears before you. The one in the middle of the formation steps forward.
Just as I anticipated. I knew that following you into this tomb would lead us straight to the key to the Mythiel.
The figure smiles widely, rotting teeth protruding from his desiccated mouth.
You reckless mortals fell straight into their trap. It is fortunate that you were able to overcome the statue's power. You saved us the trouble of defeating them ourselves.
The stranger laughs. It is a strangled, dusty sound, as if his voice has been worn down over centuries of use.
I am Droic Orgul, Zulkir of Thay.
He bends in a short bow.
Soon our forces will completely occupy this city. Once I harness the Mythiel's power, I will be unstoppable.
He chokes on his own laugh.
I have no use for dolts such as yourselves, so be gone from here. Expect your demise should we meet again.
You are suddenly transported away from the chamber. You find yourself back at the entrance to Ildranath's tomb, on the surface. You think about what the Zulkir said. It is only a matter of time before the Red Wizard's forces overtake Mithdrana, bringing even more chaos and destruction to this land. For now, you must return to the Elves' camp. You must find a way to thwart Thay's assault. This city will not fall yet again. You will make sure of that.
The strange note you found in the burial glen has led you here, to the Temple of Labalus Enereth, resting place of Mithdrana's elusive god of time. Here, you should be able to uncover the secret of the key to the Mythel. You see a plaque against the wall. Reading it will be the first step on your journey. You pick up the box of artifacts, certain that you will need them later in your journey. The plaque states that to receive the blessing of the Time God, you must stand before the altar and pray for assistance. You feel a rush of power as you pray at the altar. A fissure forms in the air before you, through which you catch a glimpse of something that should not be possible. An intact city, untouched by ruin. Stepping through the Time Rift, you find yourself in a pristine version of the temple centuries ago, before the city fell. Now that you are in the past, you should be able to learn more from the mages themselves. Your destination is the Mythel Consortium, located across the street. This is the city in its original state, grand and serene, without danger or decay. Your destination is straight ahead. The Mythel Consortium. You enter the Mythel Consortium. People gather in circles, talking in the lavishly decorated foyer. Someone might have the information you seek. This person wasn't able to help with your search. However, just as you finished talking, a rift appeared. After stepping through the rift, you find yourself back in the present. The Consortium has fallen into a state of decay. Crumbling walls and echoing halls surround you. You see the remains of what must have been stairs up to the upper level of the Consortium. You'll need to find another way upstairs. You hear a grinding of stones in the distance. The High Mages who lead the Mythal Consortium are involved in some sort of secret ritual today. That must be the reason why you were told you should seek them out in their tower. A secret passage has opened up in this chamber. You pick up a silver key. A portal has opened, allowing a horde of demons to enter. The last demon withers away. You enter an empty underground chamber. The sound of your breaths echoes across the high walls. You pull the lever, setting the blue crystal alight. You find yourself in an empty courtyard. Just ahead, you spy a small, withered sapling. You drizzle water over the tree. You wonder how tall it will eventually become in Mythdrana's present day. Before you stands a dryad, presumably grown from the sapling you watered in the past. The dryad crumples in a pile of leaves. This locked door is marked by a dim blue crystal. This door needs to be unlocked with a silver key. You unlock the door. In your present, there was nothing in this room but a jumble of bricks. But here, in the past, you find an intact stairwell leading to the upper floor. Two guards stand in front of this door. There are 3 other locked doors in this hallway. One is marked with a yellow crystal, Another is marked by a green one. This door requires a gold key. A mass of tiles sprawls over the floor in this room. The last rune lights up, and you hear a click. It must be the lever on the back wall unlocking. You pull the lever, and the yellow crystal lights up. You find some shield guardians guarding a lever against the wall. They lunge forward as you approach. You pull the lever marked with a green crystal, unlocking another door in the hallway. You pick up a gold key from atop the cabinet. You unlock the door with a gold key. Returning to the past, you find yourself in a well-decorated bedchamber. You spot a small, shining object in the shadows. door is marked with a sign that says, "To the courtyard." It's locked tight, but an iron key should open it. You hear a soft click as the key fits into the lock. The way to the courtyard has been opened. You emerge into the fresh air of a manicured courtyard. There are 2 buildings on either side, but what stands out to you is the tower directly ahead. The guard tells you that this tower is off limits to all but those who have been invited. Flashing the High Mage's ring is enough proof to show that you're welcome inside. Inside the tower, you enter a sparsely decorated stairwell. 3 mages stand before a ritual circle. 2 turn to confront you, but the third holds up her hand.
Have peace, Lord Engluth, Lady Ekorn. I sense no malevolence from them. Tell me, why have you come here? To think that an adventurer from a ruined future would find their way to us centuries before everything fell apart. If what you say is true, the fate of our city hangs in the balance. We owe it a chance at a new life.
Lord Ongluth nods his head, fidgeting. The only way you could have that ring is if I gave it to you myself. There is no other explanation. Very well. I shall believe your theory. Lady Ekorn narrows her eyes. I'll accept your presence here. But should you get in our way, I will not hesitate to force you out of here myself. The Srinshi turns her attention to the other mages.
Fellow casters, we have heard their tale. What do you say? Should we let them stay?
The other mages nod. She turns to you.
We have urgent work to do. We must create the key and seal his power. Speak to me about what is to come.
The mages begin chanting in ancient Elvish. The Srinshi shouts,
Under the legacy of Mithanthor, we forge the key to the Mythal. Let us weave his soul into the Mythal's core.
With the ritual complete, Sir Ildranath can now control the Mythal, sacrificing his freedom to keep the power safe through the years. He will rest in stasis in Ildranath's tomb until the time comes when the city needs his help. You have returned to the present. To your surprise, the Srinshi is waiting for you. She beckons you over.
Here we are once again. Despite the centuries I've spent wandering this city, I never forget a promise. We don't have a lot of time. We must complete the reversal ritual now before the Red Wizards swallow this city whole.
The door swings open, and in walks Ildranath in bear form. He must have followed you through the ruins of the Mythal Consortium. The floor trembles as she shouts in ancient Elvish.
Let Mithanthor guide us once again. Key to the Mythal, return to us once more.
You and the Srinshi complete the reversal ritual, and Sir Ildranath returns to his human form. Now that Sir Ildranath has returned to his original form, he can use his power to help defeat the Red Wizards. Soon they will be driven from the city. A large and quite unusual dragon dozes in the center of the ruined courtyard. It moves to defend its resting place the instant it senses your presence. The dragon lets out an ear-splitting roar as it meets its demise. You see that a time rift has opened behind it. A dimension door has appeared in the courtyard. You return to the temple. Having completed your mission, you can go back to the present and onward to your goal of defeating the Red Wizards. You step into the rift and return to the ruined present. Yet, a feeling of peace still radiates in the space, as if Labalus Enerath himself is congratulating you on a job well done. After your adventure in the past, you have finally obtained the knowledge you sought. You have found the key to the Mythal and gained his cooperation in the struggle to come. Time to prepare for your final confrontation with Droic Orgel and his army of Red Wizards. Mythil was not an object, but a man. Sir Ildranath has been transformed into a bear and kept in stasis for all these years. All to protect his great power. The power to control the Mythil.
Yeah, it's not. I thought it was a rare. It's not rare.
Somewhere inside this dank mausoleum lies the grave of one of the wizards who created the key to the Mythil. It's time for a chat. If you can find him.
I'm up. Wasn't napping at all. Don't worry, we'll get them all into the ground, sure enough. Hold on, what's this? No. I was quite clear. I would work up to my death and not 1 second longer. Once I put that spade down and crawled into my deathbed, that was that. Now off with you. Let me get back to mouldering away peacefully. Oh, that wizard's around here somewhere. No doubt you'll find him. It's not likely he's run off. Little graveyard humour there. You get that for free.
The groundskeeper isn't happy to be disturbed. She has no idea where this wizard you're looking for might be, but guesses that the assistants buried nearby might have an idea where to look. While none of these assistants remember the exact details, they have told you all they know. Perhaps the limited information you have is enough to set this right. 4 plaques beside this door show the location, name, career, and death date of these 4 wizards. Time, however, has caused them all to wear away. Perhaps this is why the dead remain restless. They have lost a sense of who they were. Something feels wrong. It seems that you've placed something incorrectly. The dead are none too pleased. You catch a glimpse of the word Mythil on this sarcophagus. This must be the correct wizard. You found the body of the wizard who helped make the key to the Mythil. Now to learn its secrets. The wizard tells you about a hidden cache where you will find everything you need. But he was maddeningly vague about its location. You're about to give up in frustration when you spot something unusual indeed. It's the bear you saw earlier in Ildranath's tower. What is it doing here? Just as you are about to speak, the bear walks off down the corridor. It looks back at you over its shoulder, as if inviting you to follow. You see a figure in red, hard at work searching through the grave. He turns in surprise, then catches his breath and whispers an incantation. The red wizard falls, leaving the dead he commanded to finally rest in peace. The bear has led you to a hidden passageway. Squeezing through, You notice a glint in the wall in front of you, and notice that someone has gotten here before you. The Red Wizard falls at last. The bear squeezes into the hidden passage and walks towards where you saw the glint earlier. Examining the wall more carefully, you find one of the bricks is loose. You tug on it, revealing the cache the wizard mentioned. Inside are 3 items: a scroll, a ring, and a note. The note seems to assume that the temple to Legolas Enareth must be where you need to go next.
Tree nearby caught your eye. As you approach, something else captures your attention. A large, shining dragon who watches the blaze with grave concern.
The Platinum Dragon's librarian has unsealed the entry into the library proper. Fiery foes falls, and the barrier fails. The path to the sorting room is now open. Waves of heat cascade over you as you choke on the smoke billowing from the sorting room. More smoldering creatures are inside. Extinguish them. You've smothered all resistance in the sorting room. The way to the upper library is open. The archives here are untouched by the flames, even though a fire giant stands amidst the stacks of books. He looks concerned, almost afraid. Your attempts at negotiation have failed. The fire giant attacks. More creatures defeated, more flames dissipated. You can now access the upper library, but a particularly large Ifriti patrols the room, spreading flame as he goes. You've quenched all opposition in the upper library, but the Afriti escaped through the portal. Chase him down to guarantee he can't bring any more of his minions back to the library. Ahead, you can see the Afriti gathering more of his fiery minions. Put an end to him once and for all! With the Afriti defeated, the library should be safe once more. You've helped protect a bit of Mithranna's history.
The smoke billowing from a gigantic tree nearby caught your eye. As you approach, something else captures your attention. A large, shining dragon who watches the blaze with grave concern.
If this guy has any gems. Nope. I'm gonna take a little break, stretch, go to the bathroom. Then I'll be back. Okay. And back. Gonna do some dinosaur cards.
You step out of the camp. From deeper in the wilderness, you can hear high-pitched shrieks and deep roars. The dinosaur horde must be nearby. An ogre chants beneath a magical totem, conducting some kind of ritual. Perhaps defeating them will disrupt the dinosaur horde.
If anyone's on Shadowdale, I've got a shit ton of keys. Probably not going to use. Orcane, welcome in. It goes pretty well.
Yet you can hear the sound of something crashing through the underbrush nearby. Time to deal with more of this dinosaur incursion.
Doing a little bit of the quest that replaced Memoir.
another group of dinosaurs. Yet a terrifying roar from nearby makes it clear that the battle is not yet won.
Get rid of the spitters because they are actually pretty lethal. So that should be active.
You pause to savor your victory, but are instantly interrupted by a deep, booming voice.
What's this? What's happened to my army?
The shaman dies. With him dies his mad plan to attack Stormreach with a dinosaur army. Time to tell Regina that the threat is over. Regina offers her thanks for defeating the dinosaur horde, as well as a chest full of rewards.
Why it takes me back all.
All this hate and anger. It still burns within all my kind. The best solution, the only solution, is the one I see before me. Death to us all. I see the terror of our history, when I look upon this battlefield, giants have done great evil. I feel it in my gut. I fear we will do evil again if we are not
As the troll gasps for his last breath, he utters something. This door has not been used in quite some time. Loud snores echo from the room ahead. The floor's wood looks dry and a lot rusted out. The troll hurls a large, bulky object into the chasm and turns and knocks an arrow. The first Blackheart general greets death with a snarl. The second Blackheart general has been slain. As the final general falls, you hear the unmistakable click of a door opening.
Oopsies.
As you drop down, you hear a troll barking orders.
Mountain's Fist is X.
I see the terror of our history when I look upon this battlefield. Giants have done great. A maze of ledges and rock. This land is steeped in mystery. Who created such a place? And why?
Freaking block, Dross art. Be nice if it grabbed the ledge.
A great feeling of dread overwhelms you as you approach Malkian the Mad.
Just love slipping off the edge and ending up trapped.
A strange clicking sound can be heard from this lever. It has been tampered with. There must be another way in.
I really need to get Kale. Yep. Stupid. Because I slipped off the edge. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't like using Featherfall. game. Bailey, come here.
You hear a mechanical clicking sound that reverberates through the walls of the labyrinth.
Need to go anywhere?
Nope.
Don't need to go downtown at all. I'll go downtown for a quick
No, I'm
minute.
good.
Really?
I'm in the middle of a live stream, actually.
You have finally found your way through the labyrinth. Malkian the Mad must be near.
Bailey, come on. Lie down.
A maze of ledges and rock. This land is steeped in mystery. Who created such a place? And why? All this hate and anger. It still burns within all my kind. The best solution, the only solution, is the one I see before me. Death to us all.
Oops. Man, that dick. Whatever.
The long history of mankind is told in these statues. They are eroded, as are we.
Cavernous tunnels converge with ancient ruins. Crystals dot the walls, illuminating your path while giving off a soft, low hum. gentle current of water echoes from this well.
I don't know when someone joined me, but if they join me, don't care. Whoa!
You have entered the Aurum dining area. Before you is a sealed door with 3 glowing runes mounted above it. Magic from the room fades as Duncan the Wayfarer falls before you. The magic from the rune fades as Mars the Dynamo is slain. The magic from the rune fades as Tinius the White takes his final breath. Protect Patrick the Maniacal at all costs. A deafening hum emanates from the room ahead, rattling the door violently. As the first gong sounds, Patrick the Maniacal curses loudly while ground shakes beneath his feet. toward the ground beneath Patrick the Maniacal. He loses his footing as the floor. You notice the floor beneath Patrick the Maniacal is cracked and worn. The Oracle is death, surely hampering the efforts of the Storm's Eye.
I don't know why I got you for Bastard Sword. And no, it's not a Bastard Sword.
The history of mankind is told in these statues.
I literally allow swearing and everything else in my chat.
We have become wicked and worthless. This world would be better off without us. I once saw a strange creature carry someone inside here. It had a tiger face.
A distressed female voice faintly calls from deep within, her words lost in cavernous depths.
Using a longsword.
The cries for help are closer. Please! And help! Now clearly audible. set into the floor beyond the gate. The last Rakshasa Lord has fallen. Desperation in the voice continues to grow. Time is clearly running out. The large rune glows as the gates to the room open. Screams resonate through the locked door to the south. Horrific echoes of torture haunt this room. The interrogator and several of his implements are clearly missing. Ursula Tedor, female captain, falls out through the gate. Please let me out of here! A cloud of smoke engulfs Ursula. Out steps Lothar the Insidious.
I once saw a strange creature carry someone inside here. It had a tiger face, full of hatred.
Death Drummer, welcome in. Nothing much. Doing some level 13 quests. This is my last level 13, and then I'm going to take 10. Yes. I am indeed on Shadowdale. My day is pretty good. How about yours?
This hideaway may keep the orcs safe, but there is no land big enough for my kind. Our safety.
The orc you spoke to outside told you if you hurry, you may reach the leader before the hunting party returns. Nogak approaches and snarls in disgust at your presence. Nogak has been slain.
Got some housework done, nice.
The orcs have fashioned this wing into a makeshift living quarters. Ruzek draws his weapon, intent on not letting you any. As Ruzek slumps to the ground, a metallic clink catches your ear.
Depends. Single weapon fighting is actually pretty strong as a barbarian too. I don't know why I opened this door. I have the key. Because there are some very strong single weapon fighting builds that utilize barbarianism.
You hear the unmistakable grunts and groans of hobgoblins. The hobgoblins have been dispatched. By the looks of it, these hobgoblins had only recently tunneled in.
This is for an endgame debuffer build.
You enter into another wing that has been converted into makeshift living quarters. You approach Zikir as he charges toward you. As Zikir drops to the ground, you hear a soft metal clank.
Yep, this is going to be an 18 barbarian, 1 favored soul, 1 warlock build. Warlock gives me a bunch of extra melee power at endgame, and favored soul gives me a battle trance. I create my own builds.
This hideaway may keep the orcs safe, but there is no land big enough for my kind. Our safety must be carved out by sword and blood. What blood have I shed? My memories are lost. I rested for the night here when I first arrived. I see the hobgoblins have fortified this area and put it to good use.
These ruins have long been inhabited by this fractured remnant of the Dakani Empire. You want the giant relic? The grinning hop. We've got a deal, then. Guard access. Now, run along. You've got some conspirators to kill. With that, the hobgoblin disappears into a passage in the wall. A hidden doorway gives way to a collapsed passage. Perhaps the hobgoblins never found it. More likely, it was used for subterfuge and treachery.
It's yelling at my dog.
The last conspirator falls. It is time to find the giant's relic that brought you here. As the rusty door swings open, a cry issues from beyond it. King Bendex has ordered your death.
And they're in. So.
Emerging from a secret passageway. You have given me what I want. No reason to let you live.
Crucible.
Regal, this dragon looks. How base is my reflection in its side. Would that I could bathe myself in fire here. This pain I feel would wash away.
You are greeted by growls, insults, and mocking laughter from the veterans of the Storm's Fist Horde. Down these steps, an empty arena awaits. The fight has not yet begun.
He's in the crucibles. Taking a shit ton.
Jorgundal, the commander of the Storm's Fist, sneers at you.
Look here, Jax. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Oh. Did he just straight up freaking enter the quest, then leave? Now I have to solo this crap. Thank you again for the raid, Zilkir Jax. I am well. How about you?
The sign reads, Maze of Cunning.
Oh. Oh, nice. Yep, that the other guy freaking left.
You are greeted by growls, insults, and mocking laughter from the veterans of the Storm's Fist Horde.
Party can't enter when somebody just leaves the quest.
The sign reads, Maze of Cunning. Beyond the barred gate, a crystalline horn rests on a pedestal.
Oh. Oh my god. It sure would be nice if you didn't spam it. Yes. Okay, well, it'd be great if, damn it, make it hard to get through. Can you please stop spamming it? That's really annoying.
The gilded dragon head next to the door has a hole where its horn used to belong. Strong currents tug at your feet as you step into the water. The sign reads, Chamber of Agility.
Why?
The floor of this hallway has collapsed. The broken bodies of several orcs lie below. The test of instinct has reset. 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 You approach a prominent book on a lectern surrounded by 6 numbered doorways. You approach a bank of 7 signal crystals above a lever. As the puzzle wheel clicks into place, a loud gear grinds in the southeast corner of the room. The path forward is open. The rush of swift water emanates from below. A lever juts from the base of the wall on your right.
Frickin' hell.
The swift current churns as it makes its way around several stone obstructions. A glittering pile of treasure is surrounded by agitated gnomes. A hobgoblin furiously bangs an alarm as you approach the arena. You hear Grogan the Bugbear's growling voice.
Welcome, warriors of the Storm's Fist, to the Arena of Power. Your champions survived their trials. You all won your place in the Horde. Now, these maggots must do the same. The new recruits will be harried by Daggertooth, who seems to be fighting naked today. Such confidence. They will be hammered by Gorn Gutchewer. He's not just crazy, he's a blood-guzzling champion of the dragon below. And they'll face the leader of the Clovenjaw Hobgoblins, Vral the Treacherous, in his first solo battle. Lord Jorgandal wants no weaklings in his horde. Can these soft-looking traitors to Stormreach survive the Arena of Power? Today, the Storm's Fist horde will welcome these new recruits It still burns within all my kind. The best solution, the only solution, is the one I see before me. Death to us all. On a bluff high above the giant chieftain, a red blaze calls out after you. Find the seers. Help them stop this madness before we tear ourselves apart. The last giant falls, his mind warped utterly by the madness spell. The seer these guardians are some. Come, says the seer. The seer turns to you. I will start the ritual now. Protect me. The seer calls out, keep them at bay! The gate opens, and a maddened giant seer comes Almost done, the seer screams. Not much longer! The madness overcame me, says the seer. Better now. Time to find the crystal.
Already got conquest.
seer pants heavily. The seer turns to you. I do the ritual. You keep me safe. The seer calls out, "Keep them at bay!" Another crazed storm's heart falls. There are surely more, but at least their number has been cut. From beyond the opened gate comes a dull sound of footsteps, dry as rattling bones. My ancestors' bones, grumbles the seer, made to fight against me. Time we ended this outrage. Almost done, the seer screams. Not much longer! Across the bridge and up the cliff lies the North Crystal. The seer looks dizzy and faint. I could feel him, the caster of the spell. The seer awaits your order. No, the seer turns to you. The ritual begins. The seer calls out, "Keep them at bay!"
Holy fuck.
almost done, the seer screams. Not much longer.
Steampunk Monk. Welcome in.
The seer looks very weak. The magic comes from the spire. Go now. Stop this madness. Just in time, says Blaze. Look, the gate to the spire's gone down, and a horde of maddened monsters is coming through it.
You want to do the harbor quests? They're all level 2s, so they're in your level range.
The skeleton warlock that was casting the Madstone spell is no more. But why was it here in the first place? Good, good.
I mean, Barbarian's really strong.
My seers say these skeletons were dragon magic. Our ancestors' bones used to hide their dirty tricks. A curse upon their heads.
Yeah, Half-Orc being able to pick locks is quite nice. They're also one of the best classes for playing... No, they are probably the best class for playing Barbarian. They just get a whole bunch of extra damage with two-handed weapons. But that's the beauty part of this game. You can play this a build the way you want to play it. If you want to do single weapon fighting like I am on my Barbarian, go for it. I've seen people play Caster Fighter. Greatsword's not bad, especially if you can get to level 10 and get yourself a Sword of Shadow, but I recommend Falchions. They have a higher crit rate.
The door opens. Beyond it lies a
Nope.
magical
Falchion is a martial weapon.
The chamber, marked with the symbol etched into the wall ahead, is the symbol for the plane of Da'anvi. Below it is a switch and a receptor shaped to take some kind of orb. The chamber has been ruined beyond repair. The once glowing symbol of Irian sits lifeless at its center.
Yep, Falchions, you can get them there. You might be able to find one for platinum in the auction house. You can even check some of the weapons brokers in the marketplace.
Yet another magical barrier. Whatever was imprisoned within this chamber must have been terribly powerful. A door with an intricate locking mechanism bar. The great door opens to reveal some kind. The doors to the control room fly shut. A bone-chilling cackle echoes through the room. The warden falls back into lifeless bones, the force of his magic fading from the room. As the valve locks into place, the barrier to the central chamber vanishes.
Steampunk Monk, thank you for the follow.
Receptors cover the walls of the large central chamber. It is likely
And the monk here is lawful, so you can do the law room.
This chamber is marked by the symbol of Dolar and the smell of decaying flesh.
Who's mine?
The portal to the plane of Dolar opens. All at once, dust rises from the floor. The hanging corpses of long as the last of the dead are laid to rest. The room returns to its original state. The orbs at the back of the room are no longer engaged.
You could also use great axes as a half orc. They're pretty good. They already did this. Or a maul. For the leveling process, it's all decent.
This chamber. The plane of Maybar opens, and darkness surrounds you. Light quickly returns, and the shadows recede as the endless night is banished. The orbs in the room are free for the taking. The chamber marked by the symbol of the Shavarath has the faint odor. You find yourself in the center of a battleground as the plane of Shavarath surges forth. You emerge the victor in this small piece of the Shavarath battleground. The orbs in the receptors are now lifeless and dark.
Treasure finding is okay. It's better for non-named loot because it actually doesn't work on the named loot. In terms of dragon marks, the best one is by far the Dragon Mark of Passage, which is exclusive to humans. and I believe one other class.
The final orb lights in its receptor. The switch locks into place. A magical voice comes from above.
The chamber will seal on the count of 10.
The quarry scream.
You came for answers, the Quarforge said.
The Quarforge, the ancient Quarforge screams at the quarry screeches, and the darkness of Maybar fills the chamber. A dark psychic energy stirs within the docent. It would be safer to let Nimbus collect the ancient artifact for himself.
So for regular dungeons, any kind of weapon generally works. There are just some weapons that are... Oh, for treasure finding? Yeah, it could be used to get you a decent random gen weapon. Or some random gen armor or whatever. At level 5, or level 7, you want to jump into the Feywild, since it's on sale for the 99 DDO points. And that'll be some really good named gear that you can get as well. You gather the Pharaoh crystals there, and you can get yourself a Pharaoh crystal falchion.
The Storm Reaver has refused your audience and bid that you be slain.
And of course, you always want to check the LFM. Because there's going to be somebody that's doing something. And lots of players are willing to help out anyone. New players, returning players. Fables of the Feywild. It's one of the expansions. It was released about 5 years ago. It is in the hut in the harbor. Yeah, you just do quests. You get 99 of the DDO points, and boom, you got yourself an expansion. They're only on sale until the 2nd. You can get 5 expansions for $5 worth of DDO points, basically.
With no more giants left behind the portals, the guards rush through the door to do you in. The last of the way east is sealed with some ancient giantish magic.
And Feywild, Sharn, and Ravenloft are all very, very good for the hero leveling process. Nope, I'm not talking the Sharn Syndicate. I'm talking Masterminds of Sharn.
Others of these ancient giantish barrier. The magical giantish barrier is down.
Masterminds of Sharn is a level 15 hero quest pack and legendary quest pack, while Sharn Syndicate is only level 4 for hero.
Where has the kobold gone? You find a crevice concealed by rubble here. It is just large enough to crawl through. Pushing free of the narrow crawl space, you tumble down to some kind of supply room. As the lever clicks into place, one ancient gears grind deep underfoot. The path forward has opened. The Portal Master stands with maddened eyes, casting an alert as the second statue. You did not have to come here to die. The glowing statue breaks. The Portal Master snarls. I can cast it just as well with one. When the dragons find out, the Portal Master staggers and falls, and the cloud of madness leaves his eyes. What came over me, he whimpers. The dragons. Beware. There are 3 of them.
Quests in a bit. After these 4 quests, because I'm not doing toxic treatment, then I will take level 17 and raid out.
You arrive outside the night market just as darkness falls. You should discuss your mission with your companion from the 12. You've been told the Disciples of Rage are planning some kind of attack on the city. The guards or the local shopkeepers may be able to tell you where to find them. The manager of the night market stands nearby, peering up at the evening sky. Ah, you're for the night market, are you?
That is if I don't.
For me to open up. Please, do me the honor of lighting the street lamps. That always marks the official opening of the night market. Oh, this is the best part of the day, don't you think? Some people rush home, afraid of the dark.
And these mods got really loud after Lemordia dropped.
It's a beginning. We become something different after dark. Our dull daytime existence ends. Our petty little worries fade with the light. When the night comes, we see new possibilities. That's what brings people to the night market. That feeling that around the corner or inside some stall, a new life waits for them in the dark. Or, well, who knows? Maybe they just like the food. I do hope that you find what you're looking for tonight, my friend. The tavern owner insists that you get rid of the thugs outside the blazing beacon before he'll let you inside. The front door to the blazing beacon has been securely barred on the other side. You won't be getting in this way. Rolo Greengrass should be willing to let you into the tavern now that the thugs are gone. Rolo agrees to let you into the tavern's side entrance. Figures wearing fearsome masks guard the tavern interior. These must be the disciples of Rage. The manager of the night market stands on a terrace overlooking the harbor, surrounded by cultists. Ah, you found us! Good, you're just in time. Should happen any moment now. You must stop the cultists before they can carry out their plan. The manager holds up his hand, a strange smile on his face. Wait, do you really have no idea? Do you think that we are the ones behind this? The Disciples of Rage welcome what's coming, but it's not our doing. We are merely here to celebrate the end of... Hold on. Oh, it's happening. To your amazement, the beacon that has always shone over the harbor flickers and comes out. The light that protected this city for centuries is gone. The curse that destroyed the giants has returned. You hear the cries of an angry mob in the distance. A riot has broken out on the streets of the city. Do you hear that? That's the sound of the future. That is the sound of the Age of Rage. The sounds of shattering
Already chat not available.
crowds echo from the streets.
Hi, Bailey.
You need to alert the Stormreach Guard right away. They're the only ones who can end the riots. Something terrible has happened to the residents of this neighborhood. Some stand in place, ranting to themselves. Others lash out savagely at anyone who comes close.
I need to go upstairs, talk to Fred. There is the Mists of Ravenloft, the Masterminds of Sharn, and Fables of the Feywild. And then there are two other expansions there, which are the older expansions, which are better in epic levels than they are in heroics for the most part. And that's the Shadowfell Conspiracy and Menace of the Underdark. Yeah, you need 500 DDO points or $5.
The guard on duty seems to be suffering from the same madness that affected the people in the night market. Quick, ring the bell to summon the guards inside. You ring the bell, the doors fly open and guards rush out. For a moment you're sure you've found help. But then you notice the fury in their eyes and the anger in their voices. The enraged guards attack. Brought down a curse upon the city. A curse that causes uncontrollable rage.
Yeah.
You should return to the House Jarasco and warn them of this disaster.
No worries.
A strange vapor seeps off the streets, the result of House Jarasco's bombardment of the neighborhood. According to the healers, rioters treated with this substance will be easier to subdue. Elsa de Jarasco stands near a magic barrier she's conjured to isolate this neighborhood from the rest of the city. She looks
But have you input the new code? the code that's only available till the 2nd as well.
You get the sense that too many people have been forced to live in too small of an area. Suddenly, shouts break out behind the portcullis. Shouts filled with madness and rage.
Okay.
The last of the cursed rioters in the courtyard have been pacified. Yet you can hear more shouts coming from the alleyway.
Nice.
Haberdasher says that he knows of several others who bore no ill effect from the curse. The disciples of rage urge the crowd inside the plaza to commit greater and greater acts of madness. As you approach, you spot several cultists dashing into the alley to the east. With the help of the mist, you've managed to subdue all the rioters in the plaza. The way is now open. You all came here seeking a home, cries one of the disciples of rage to the rioters. But instead of welcoming you, Stormreach turned its head. Time to give this city what it deserves. A woman issues orders to the nearby cultists. She turns to greet you as you approach. Welcome! With you here, we can spread the bliss more quickly. Join us! Give into rage! The cultist whispers to you as she dies. This city's doom saved. The curse! It's only a beginning. Beyond the secret door is a drow matching the description Havidak. Perhaps the drow's tale will lead to a way to treat this curse. The last of the enraged rioters in the plaza has been subdued. A now familiar sound can be heard overhead, heading your way. Best to find cover. You've stopped the Disciples of Rage from stealing supplies. The resources provided by House Jarasco will now go to the people trapped inside the quarantine zone, as intended. A handful of nomadic giants have pitched their tents outside the storm-reached city walls. The wind changes, and a sudden whiff of musky odor makes you both nauseous and angry. Don't these brutes have a wash? A spirit appears before you, if only for a moment of peace. A spirit appears before you, if only for a moment of peace. A spirit appears before you, if only for a moment of peace.
I think he just realized that it was on one they had to flag for.
A spirit appears before you, if only for a moment of peace.
Grandpa Origami, welcome in. You haven't done this one in ages? I do it every life. Can't get in this one, bud. Sorry. You haven't done the other ones. Oh, you're slow ass. Him off over. And now I look for the mother scorpion. She is. There she is.
The Mother Scorpion fought valiantly. You take the stinger, reflecting on the deep respect the Valkyrie Drow have for these creatures and their courage. You lay down on the bed of furs. Perhaps oblivion will take you for a spell, if you can just get past the anger that boils within. Touch nothing, Braun Pitts repeats as he leaves. Get some rest. I'll be back soon. By the forge! The fire giant stammers as he stares at you in disbelief. What are you doing here?
Yeah. Mithril is meant to be lighter. Yeah. Mithril is meant to be lighter. Well, all half-plate armor in this game is medium.
You've arrived at the dockside Cartwright's workshop, but the well-worn door is locked tight. Perhaps there is a key somewhere nearby?
Find that dang rock.
You found a way inside the building that's said to house the headquarters of the Disciples of Rage. Time to see if your informant was well informed. The lever is pulled, and the nearby workers immediately pull weapons from their hiding places. You're under attack. Beyond the hidden doorway is some kind of fortified area. It looks like you're in the right place, after all. Pressure builds behind your eyes as a massive headache sets in. You feel restless and agitated. Pain courses through your head, and your vision tinges red. A burning rage overtakes you. A rage that can only be quenched with destruction. pain subsides and your anger rapidly fades. You need to finish with the Disciples of Rage quickly before the madness can take hold again. The cultists' strange experiments are not as inert as they seemed. More eye horrors occupy this hallway, almost as if they were guarding something. A strange volume floats over the altar. This must be the book the cultist mentioned. The book is instantly engulfed in flame. Yet before you can congratulate yourself on a job well done, the burning tome emits an intense pulse of arcane energy. The destruction of the book has brought forth the Guardian.
Now you've done it,
Cries the book's Guardian.
These cultists were quite useful, not to mention delicious. Lord Belashira will not be pleased.
You've destroyed the headquarters of the Disciples of Rage and broken their link to the insane Lord of Eyes. Yet the city is still gripped by the ancient curse that destroyed the giants. The cult is gone, but the rage remains.
And a raid out. Raid Axel. Haven't raided Axel for a while. As per usual, thank you everybody for watching. Hope you all have a great night. I'll probably be back again tomorrow or Wednesday. They show Axel some love.